Good morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, Chair of the Committee on Human Services. We're in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building, and the time is 11:06 a.m. This is a public roundtable to discuss the Community Services Block Grant Program. This program provides funds to alleviate the causes and conditions of poverty in the District of Columbia. In accordance with the Federal Community Services Block Grant Act, approved October 27, 1998, the committee convenes this roundtable to receive public comments on the district's plan for community services block grant activities. The committee will hear from the Department of Human Services as well as the United Planning Organization in its capacity as a community action agency. The Community Services Block Grant brings in over $11 million to the district communities in every ward and touches countless lives and families with home purchasing programs, early childhood development centers, workforce development, grandparent fostering programs, and various important community development programs. Without this grant and the excellent stewardship it demands, the district would lose a valuable asset in our efforts to lift district residents out of poverty and create a viable plan for the middle class. I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses who have come to speak about the programs funded by the Community Services Block Grant and hearing from the United Planning Organization and the Department of Human Services about the administration of this program. Now, if you have not already brought your written testimony over to David here, if you could do that now. He's getting it all organized for me so that I can read it while you're talking. And all of our public witnesses today, you're going to have 3 minutes to talk. There is a little box on the table in front of you with the clock on it, so you want to keep an eye on that when you're talking, because when your 3 minutes are up, we're going to ask you to stop, just so that we can be respectful of everybody's time today. Everybody gets their 3 minutes, okay? Sure. So with that, we're going to begin, get the show on the road. So our first panel includes Melissa Hernandez, Julieta Machado, Ramona Hutchins, and Mustafa Abdul Salam. If you could please join me at the table. Great. So when you're ready, you're going to hit the circle on your microphone and the red light will light up. And we're going to start over here, actually. Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify here today in support of the Community Services Block Grant. My name is Julieta Machado, and I represent Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington. Our Spanish Catholic Center, which is located in the Columbia Heights neighborhood, has partnered with UPO in the administration of the CSBG funding for the past 3 years. With Washington, D.C.'s unemployment rate at 5.7%, which is higher than the national average and considerably higher than its neighboring counties, CSBG funding in support of our employment referral and training programs is critical as we strive to meet the employment training needs of low-income D.C. residents. CSBG funding provides much-needed support that allows us to offer D.C. residents multiple opportunities to participate in comprehensive employment training and referral programs that serve low-income, limited English proficiency Latino and other immigrant residents of Washington, D.C. Through our employment training programs, clients improve their English and mathematics aptitude, develop green construction employment skills, earn industry-recognized certifications, and secure apprenticeships and living wage employment in the construction industry. They can also receive comprehensive training for bilingual bank teller positions and other entry-level careers in the financial service industry. In addition, our staff focus on helping participants develop job readiness skills, learn soft skills to use in the workplace setting, write effective resumes, navigate online job applications, serve local job listings, and understand appropriate professional conduct. Catholic Charities Employment and Workforce Development Program organize and conduct job fairs with employers and help match these employers with clients looking for work. To date, CSBG funding has helped us to serve more than 305 low-income D.C. residents. I have a success story to share that highlights the positive impact of CSBG fundings on one of our clients, Carla Vielma de Gonzalez, who has made great strides to achieve self-sufficiency through the assistance of the CSBG funding that supports Catholic Charities employment programs. The testimony has been provided, and since I only have 3 minutes, you will see it. It has been provided, so you will see it. In addition to critical CSPG funding, Catholic Charities is deeply grateful for the overall support we receive from UPO in the administration of our programs. UPO staff regularly refer individuals to our programs, help with our outreach efforts by promoting our employment training classes, provide connections with other CDBG grantees for greater collaboration in our local community, and offer opportunities for engagement in UPO-sponsored events. As a matter of fact, our staff has gone to several trainings and sponsored by UPO, which have been very useful to us. So once again, I would like to express our great appreciation, gratitude for CSPG funding, support for Catholic Charities programming. Catholic, thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Ramona Hutchins. I am a proud UPO partner as well as a DCPS engineering, physics, and computer science teacher at Dunbar High School. I am here today to testify on behalf of UPO and tell you about the amazing robotics program that we've created. The United Planet Organization Youth Services Division has provided an invaluable educational service to the students at Henley Elementary and Charles Hart Middle School for the past 2 years through our robotics program. As a STEM partner with UPO for the past 2 years, we've grown our robotics program from serving 8 students in one team to more than 40 students across 4 teams. During our first year, 2017-2018, of having a robotics team, at the time they were called Robonauts at Henley Elementary, our team won the DC State Championship and was invited to the 2018 VEX IQ Robotics World Championship in Louisville, Kentucky, to compete against students from 30 different countries and all 50 of our United States. UPO played an integral role in helping us to fundraise more than $6,000 in a 6-week time frame so that we could take the team to Kentucky to compete. While at the 2018 VEX IQ Robotics World Championship, we discovered that we were the only 100% African-American team of elementary school robotics students there. To our surprise, upon our return to Washington, D.C., we were interviewed by Channel 4 and Channel 8 morning news shows, as well as some major magazine publications for the incredible journey and work that our students had experienced. UPO made this journey and opportunity possible for our students, some of whom have never traveled beyond their neighborhoods in Southeast DC. In June 2018, I participated in helping with the vision to expand our UPO Youth Services after-school robotics program in order to serve more students and extend this opportunity to more grade bands, such as kindergarten through 8th grade. In September 2018, we introduced TinyBots, K through 3rd grade, Wakanda, 4th and 5th grade, and SparkleBots, our all-girl 4th and 5th grade robotics team, as well as Power, our middle school team, serving students at both Henley and Hart. Our students participated in 3 VEX IQ robotics tournaments, and this year our SparkleBots won the Judges Award at the DC State Championship. Our SparkleBots team has also had many different amazing opportunities, such as invitations to the U.S. Congressional Robotics Caucus, the Washington Mystics WNBA halftime show, which we will appear in August, an Essence magazine interview, a national baseball game, and local school STEM events, and much more. In the upcoming year, we hope to expand our robotics program to a citywide robotics program and serve hundreds, maybe even thousands of students in the DCPS public school system.
Hi, good morning. My name is Melissa Hernandez. I am 26 years old and I work in the District of Columbia. I graduated from Building Futures with pre-apprenticeship program in September 2018 and was hired by a concrete polishing contractor right after graduation to work in the Kennedy Center renovation project. I'm currently a first-year apprentice at the Sheet Metal Worker Local 100, an employee of IMB Associates. Thanks to the Community Service Block Grant funding, I was able to participate in Building Futures and launch a construction career for myself. At the time I started the program, I had to move back with my family because I couldn't afford to live on my own. My goal was to become fully independent and self-sufficient. I knew that with little help, I would be able to do it. With the assistance of their staff, instructors, I was able to explore housing and career options while brushing up on my blueprint reading and math. Once I graduated, they connected me with several contractors, and I was immediately employed by Carviello to work at the Kennedy Center renovation project. I did so well that after a few months on the project, I learned how to operate a polishing machine and do plenty of overtime and save for a down payment of a vehicle. I stayed in touch with Building Futures staff all along, and they were there once again. When the time was right, they referred me to the sheet metal worker Local 100, and I was hired as a step-up apprentice. A few months ago, I was accepted as a first-year apprentice. The program and my job have provided inspiration and promise for a better future for my family. Along with the fellow classmates, I took advantage of this program. It was not easy, and I had to make sacrifices, but it has been all worth it. I want to especially thank Building Futures team who worked with me on this journey. The experience I gained through this program will last a lifetime, and it has helped me launch a career in the sheet metal trade. Thank you for funding the program with the Community Service Block Grant and for keeping it going so that other DC residents in the search of work can identify and meet their career goals, have access to economic opportunities, and become self-sufficient and skilled, raise a family, and retire in the same city they live.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Abdul Salam, and I've been a resident of Ward 8 for 15 years. I'm also serving as A&C Commissioner for HCO5. I'm a managing partner of Community Economic Development Partners, a consultant firm. I serve as a facilitator for the Ward 8 Senior Community Development Committee, and I'm the chair of the UPO Advocacy Advisory Council. My professional personal focus for the last 30 years has been building capacity at the community level needed to address the challenges of gentrification. I'm here to express my support for UPO's receiving continuing funding in its role as designated community agency for Washington, D.C. The need for the programs and services provided by UPO has continued to expand. The published data speaks for itself in regard to the economic inequities that exist in D.C. UPO addresses the impact of poverty on families and the community. The community looks to UPO for help and expects nothing less than full funding of all UPO programs. UPO has a good reputation in the community as a strong advocate for community engagement, empowerment, and development of initiatives to help steer residents into leadership roles to help enable them to advocate for themselves and their families and their communities. Advocacy, leadership, and community development is more relevant now than ever before as the threat of gentrification is real, particularly in Ward 8 and 7. UPO recognizes the complexity of the issues of poverty and has embarked on implementing place-based strategies to service underserved communities such as Washington Highlands, Benning Terrace, Brentwood, and the Ward 6 Southwest neighborhoods. UPO implemented the Washington Highland Community Advancement Network in 2014, engaging local citizens, schools, community partners to help identify resources and solutions to address their concerns. Their concerns for lack of convenience childcare was addressed by the implementation of the UPO Early Learning Childhood Care Center in the community. Their desire for other school initiatives and activities for elementary school children was addressed by the implementation of the UPO Creative Aftercare program at Henley Elementary School. The lack of training and employment opportunities was addressed by placing UPO workforce development personnel on site on 2 to 3 days a week, on-site job fairs, offering special attention to residents who visit the local UPO Center for more specialized support, job readiness sessions, and job development placement services. The UPO Advocacy Division supports parents in understanding policies and legislations to testify in support of the Birth to 3 for All DC initiative. The advocacy team is diligently working with parents to provide leadership training to help implement a PTO elementary school development strong parent engagement and leadership. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today and to express my full support for continuing funding of UPO programs, especially advocacy and volunteer services. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. So we got a really good snapshot right here on this first panel of all of the ways that the block grant is being used to serve community members, and so that's excellent. Mr. Abdul Salam, Can you talk more about the Ward 8 Senior Community Development Committee? Is that also part of what UPO is doing, or is that your-
Indirectly.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I have been working with seniors in Ward 8 for the last 2 years, 3 years going on, to position them to be more involved in community development. The feedback that we were getting is that we had seniors in the community have been there for generations and had no connection to what was going on in the community, mainly because seniors tend to be isolated in a lot of ways. So we created a committee for them to have a voice and to make sure that when decisions were made in Ward 8, the seniors had a representation. And we've had a number of forums since then where the councilmen and others came to talk to the community. The last forum we had seniors and younger individuals talk about the relationships between seniors and the community and trying to make that connection intergenerationally. So we see the seniors, and one of the biggest advocacy issues are the need for community economic development in Ward 8, recognizing that right now the community doesn't have a plan, and until we have a plan, we're really in a different position in terms of being able to advocate for our own needs. So they're a very strong group, and at some point I'd like to talk to you more about it.
That sounds great. Thank you, and thank you for all that you shared about the other work that UPO is doing in the ward. And Ms. Hernandez, just a wonderful story. How did you get connected to the program? Make sure you, yeah.
I was actually working as administrative assistant for local 891 for
Okay.
Pastors and Stephen Mason. I worked with them closely because I helped them with the copy machine, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And working in the union just made me realize, you know, it's a better shot for me. And I like working with my hands, and I believe they gave me a better opportunity. They taught me a lot.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Very good. Ms. Hutchins, in your testimony, you included, we didn't have time for you to read it, but you included this really beautiful passage that you wrote for Chicken Soup for the Soul about your experience with your students.
Yes, ma'am. Chicken Soup for the Soul, we met the editor-in-chief at one of our television appearances, and then she reached out to me later on this school year asking me to write a chapter for the book. So the book is out. It was introduced at this year's World Championship, and I'll have copies and make a copy available to the council.
That's great. We'll get an autograph then. But just, we don't have time to read the whole story here, but my takeaway from it was that you wanted to inspire your students to think bigger than what they had seen their family members and friends pursue as careers.
Absolutely, absolutely, ma'am.
That's great.
By next year, there will be 1.8 million new STEM jobs, and in America, we only have 400,000 computer science majors presently in college right now, and an even smaller percentage of those are our DCPS students. So I want to provide those types of opportunities to inspire children to pursue those careers.
Wonderful. Thank you for all your hard work. Ms. Machado, of course, you know I've been and I've seen the classrooms that your programs are in because you're in Ward 1.
Yes.
And so I just, you know, I've seen it. It's a great program. And we're just really glad that this grant is available to help so many people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
Yeah.
very much to this panel. Our next panel includes Jade Polly, Grandpa Chester, Grandma Shirley Meacham, and Desiree Ignacio. Excuse me. Okay. All right, now when you're ready, just hit your button there. The red light will go on and go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Meacham. I am a UPO foster grandparent. I have served in this program since January 2015. I currently serve DCPS Malcolm X Elementary School located in Ward 8. I first heard about this program when I ran into an old friend at the nail salon. She was in the program. She spoke so passionately about the work and the quality of the program that I knew it meant for me to be. I would later learn that 80% of the current 204 foster grandparents were referred by another foster grandparent, and at that most served an average of 6 years. I'm here to share why we all love the program so much that we put our reputation on the line to bring others into the service under the United Foster Grandparent Program. I am a native Washingtonian, attended Dunbar High School, mother of two, grandmother of three, and great grandmother of three. Following my retirement from DCPS as a paraprofessional, I long to continue to serve in my community through supporting the education of our children. The United Foster Grandparent Program is a blessing to me. I believe that children of challenged communities need a stable adult to listen to their voice without criticism or comment. I provide the listening ear for children experiencing stress, trauma in their home life. For an example, I had a child that was sanctioned for being constantly late to school. Her schoolwork was suffering, and there was no support at home. She confided in me that she was responsible for getting four of her young siblings up, dressed, fed, and delivered to school. Rather than criticize the adult in her life for giving her this burden, I helped her by ensuring she and her siblings participated in breakfast program, had access to clothing and personal hygiene. I am a breast cancer survivor, and this program helped me thrive many days following radiation therapy that I would report to school because it made me feel better to be with the children. Knowing the burden they carried into the school day, I knew that one day mine would be lifted, but my students who knew. Their unconditional love helped me, and I know mine helped them. Thank you for the opportunity to share my love for this program.
Okay. Good morning, committee. My name is Chester McCray, and I am a UPO foster grandparent. I have served with the program since August of 2016. I currently serve at Friendship Charter School, which is in Ward 6. I have retired from construction and nursing. I learned about the program through visiting my granddaughter that attends the school. I asked one of the, no, I saw the blue uniforms, and I asked one of the parents what this was about. And they told me, and I realized that this is what I wanted to do. I have three granddaughters. One will graduate next year, and one will be coming to the school. I enjoy working with children. I have the greatest deal of patience, and I know how important education is to our children. I currently serve 5- and 6-year-old kindergarten kids. And I work with, I lost my thing. Let me see. Okay. I work with groups of 3 to 5 children as assigned based on their reading level. I really love to read. Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss is one of the kids' favorites, you know, and they really enjoy doing that. I encourage teamwork. If there is a word that the kids cannot pronounce, I ask one of the kids to help them, and they agree to do that. Math is part of thinking logically. Many of my students fear math. I tutor them using props and share with them how math helps them in the world, keeping the score in a game, buying things at the store, or doing their homework. The use of props is particularly helpful for hyperactive students having things to touch while learning. You never know what will click. Our program director always says that there are no students that can't learn. They just need the right teacher. When asked what this program means to me, I answer by saying it gives life to my years. It is like being in the fourth quarter of a basketball game. And these kids and this program gives me the boost to play overtime. The program keeps me active, and my doctors say I'm in good health. I encourage my kids to eat healthy. The program has 194 grandmas and only 10 grandpas. Now, I know this is a great ratio, but our children need more male role models. So, okay. And I intend to stay with the program even after my grands graduate. And I would like to thank the committee for allowing me to share this.
Hi, I am Jay Polly, a Ward 7 DC native and a recent Davidson College alum. And today I'm speaking as a student who has been impacted by the CSBG grant funding. When I think of community action, two words come to mind: access and opportunity. As a UPO Power student, Cohort 1, and Beaver Scholar, access and opportunity have been part of my experience and is a part of the experience of those I serve now. During my time as a Power student, UPO's Youth Services Division gave me access to a world of networks and opportunities to explore STEM, colleges, and different career skills. I recall as a 10th grader attending a college trip. UPO provided transportation and housing for students to tour colleges and universities in Delaware and New Jersey. Though I was 2 years away from college, this exposure was needed. It was my first time visiting upstate colleges. It was also my first encounter hearing about Rutgers University and its multiple locations. From this exposure, it helped me shape what I might look for in my ideal college. Did I want a small or large school? Did the university offer study abroad or the major I wanted? All questions I had not yet thought of before. UPO gave me that access at a young age. As we wrapped up this college tour, I found myself more eager in finding my ideal college. However, I also realized 100% financial aid is important, or at least a full ride scholarship is. As my junior year came around, I began applying for colleges and grants. Being a part of UPO's Power Program, I was informed of the Joseph A. Beaver Scholarship, which rewards its recipients with $10,000 over 4 to 5 years. I was awarded the scholarship for that year along with 4 other students. In fall 2015, I attended Davidson College on a full ride. However, it was still opportunities I would not have had access to without the help of my Beaver Scholarship. While at Davidson, I used the scholarship for books, conferences, and most importantly, studying abroad. I was able to travel twice, summer 2016 and spring 2018, to Ghana and Senegal, respectively. The funds covered my flight and program fees. In both cases, without the Beaver Scholarship, I would have had to miss out on this opportunity that many of my other fellow Davidson students had the chance to have. In addition, the Beaver Scholarship afforded me a new laptop for school with Microsoft programs. At Davidson College, my major requires many papers and research, and without a laptop, it would have been added stress on top of academic work and other personal financial barriers. Though Beavers did not apply to personal needs, it did afford me and my parents some breathing room and assurance that my academics were taken care of. I did not have to worry about books or tuition fees. I had the money to pay it off. Beavers gave me access to a certain amount of comfortability as a Black student at a predominantly white institution costing $65,000 a year. With this access came many opportunities to conduct and present research and travel. I am grateful for the CSBG funding and its access it gave me. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Desiree Ignacio. I am a rising sophomore at Theodore Roosevelt High School, and I would like to talk about the UPO Power Program. I have been in the Power Program for the past 4 years. Through Power, I have been able to participate in science, technology, and engineering activities such as coding and conservation. 2 years ago, I was one of 100 students worldwide to be selected in the U.S. National Fish and Wildlife SC3 Students Conservation and Crops in Congress, a week-long leadership conference held annually at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's National Conservation Training Center in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Because of my involvement with Power, I was allowed to meet students from all over the world who were also interested in protecting the environment. Power presents me with opportunities to prepare for college and academic support, college tours, and social-emotional learning and career development. My 3 years in Power as a middle school student helped me to prepare for high school, where I made honor roll for my past 2 advisories. I have been more focused in school and not playing around and staying on task and completing my homework. This shows my maturity. This summer, I am on the campus of Bowie State University, where I am participating in the Power Academy. We are focusing on SAT prep, STEM research, and working on our college applications. Power is a great program. I plan to continue participating until I graduate from high school. I believe that the tools I am being given, along with the support of the staff, will prepare me for my future as a cardiologist. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Wow, look, so we have the generations here on this panel, right? We've got our young people and we've got our seniors. Miss Ignacio, actually, I go to an annual meeting at NCTC in Shepherdstown. It's a really nice place, isn't it? It's kind of an inspiring place to meet because you're right in the middle of nature and you get to sort of interact with it, right? Yeah. Well, thank you for your testimony. I mean, how inspiring. I think we're all going to be excited to see where you end up and what you decide to do. So good luck to you. And Miss Polly, I mean, thank you for sharing. I mean, I was sort of feeling your stress along with you about, if you hadn't had that funding, what would it take? And so I think you really clearly illustrated the needs that all of our students have. And it's not just about getting into college, right? It's about how do you pay for it? And it's not just about tuition. It's about books and all the things that you want to be able to do to participate with your classmates. So thank you for that. Do you two have anything else you want to add? No? Okay, good. Now to our grandparents. Thank you for your service. And I totally love the idea of how it keeps you young, right? Keeps you healthy to volunteer and do this. And I think that's inspiring. And I hope that it inspires other people who've heard your testimony to do so as well. But I really just thank you for what you're doing for our youth. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Our next panel includes Dora McCraney, Chiquita Long, Elisa Jackson Gray, and DeEsther Kemp. Okay, so when you're ready, just reach across the table and hit that little circle, and when your red light goes on, then you're good to go. There you go.
Okay. Good morning. My name is DeEsther Kemp, and I currently reside at Blair House, Transitional Housing for Men. Prior to coming to their program, I would visit various shelters and sleep in my car. I was referred to UPO by my cousin, Darwin Kemp, UPO Toastmasters. And where, I met Charles Pyatt, who has been instrumental in my process. I am off the streets, which is the first step in my journey. I am disabled and I currently receive SSI, which makes it kind of hard for me to afford, someplace to stay. I look forward to going back to work, though, with, the assistance of the employment specialist at UPI. I've been working with John Eldridge. like I said, I look forward to going back to work, and I appreciate their assistance thus far. I haven't lost hope by any means, but the runarounds that I've been getting, from various places that I tried to get assistance has been quite discouraging. To name one, I was referred to a place called Milestone, and I was right there in the office with Mr. Pyatt when he spoke with the lady at Milestone, and she said that they had openings as far as SROs or whatever, and I went there, and I filled out the application only to be told that I would be put on a waiting list, and that's been about 2 months, and I haven't heard anything from them since. Like I said, I look forward to going back to work, and I think good will come from me working with UPO. I have high hopes, that I will be successful, and I'm gonna keep on my journey. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Chiquita Long. I'm testifying on behalf on United Planning Organization, UPO. First, I would like to thank UPO for saving me. Before coming to UPO, I was in a bad space mentally. My experience as a UPO volunteer helped me develop a strong sense of hope. I witnessed the way the staff not only help individuals and families, but how they care and go above and beyond their call of duty to provide opportunities for the community in a great need. I took pride in the ability to step out of my struggles and challenges and help and give back to the community and provide services to the people like me and others who need help to thrive. I felt the change in my mind and my heart. I felt blessed because even when I was down and felt alone, I could go to UPO and find peace through service. Service to others is allowed, if even for a moment, just to forget about my own problems. And it felt good to help others navigate and to connect to UPO's many resources and wrap around services. When something is good, you want to share. You share with others and start with your household. Therefore, I assigned my 2 daughters to volunteer with me. Together, we assisted UPO's annual committee Impact Day, which served 500 residents, providing on-site health screenings, community resources, hot meals, bag lunches, coats, cloths, hats, gloves, scarves, and winter survival kits. We also volunteered to help UPO serve over 400 families as of Ward 8 Toys for Tots designated host sites. Additionally, it was personally rewarding to serve as a volunteer team with UPO's annual Children's Holiday Celebration, which served 300 devastated children from Title I schools. I utilize my platform today to speak on behalf of UPO. Volunteers like me who face challenges, heartbreak, and loss daily. Miss Wanda lost her husband and 2 sons to gun violence. Miss Cynthia started volunteer with UPO when her husband passed. Her great-nephew is now in rehab due to being shot last year. And sadly, his older brother was gunned down early this week. Miss Carol's husband is hospitalized and fighting for his life. Mr. James also started serving with UPO as a volunteer when his wife passed. This amazing volunteers served faithfully every month, ensuring 285 seniors receive their box groceries through UPO's Grocery Plus program. In partnership, the Capital Arena Food Bank. Our root is serve for UPO forever and ever, as you know. No matter what, they're hopeful and they're amazing. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember Brianna and others. My name is Elisa Jackson Gray. I came to testify on the behalf of United Planning Organization, UPO, for the Community Service Block Grant Program, requesting funding for the United Planning Organization, UPO. I am a Washingtonian, a wife, a mother of 6, a grandmother, an advocate, a caregiver, the president of the National Children's Center, Quinn Policy Council member, Spaces and Actions. My heart is very compassionate with supporting our families and our communities with the necessities that of survival in making early awareness in childhood education, housing, job readiness programs, careers, healthcare in the District of Columbia. I love that we can keep making differences with becoming a Tier 1 wrap-around services for the District of Columbia communities. So please, let's keep supporting what is preparing our families with a very strong start and helping them to succeed in daily life challenges. I love the fact that the United Planet Organization, UPO, is accessible in the Ward 7 and 8, which are historically under resources. I can see the fruit of the United Planet Organization, UPO, labor in my communities. I am very proud to be able to participate and be supported as well as support the United Planet Organizations, UPO. The United Planet Organizations, UPO, really has been working for our families, youth, and communities, encouraging that we can empower ourselves with education, health, and mental care, job readiness, programs, careers. Our goals, houses, our children having a quality education and nourishing environment in the Quinn as well as the grandparents program. I can tell you that the United Planet Organizations, UPO, has always been very supporting with all situations that life may throw at you, a person, a family, or even our communities. I greatly appreciate the United Planet Organizations, UPO. Because of them, we are able to be involving as stronger families and communities into our destinations. The United Planet Organizations, UPO, is understanding the needs of the communities. It is very important to be able to reach the communities, the families, and the youth without judgments, unwelcoming questionings, or it's my money and I don't have to help you attitude. By preparing our families and youth and communities, we are able to pay it forward by helping someone in need, giving them the tools, the understanding to their pain, frustrations, and denials, loneliness, by supporting them with wraparound resources and supporting services. The United Planet Organizations, UPO, encourage that in our communities. Families, don't do that, please. Youth and thriving and have not fallen through any cracks. So I want to cut it off short because I know my time is. If we give a man a fish, you feed him for one day. But if we teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. So I wanted to let you know that the UPO is working in our communities with birth until the elderly. So I wanted to make sure that we keep it paying forward in our communities, especially Ward 7 and 8. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau and committee members. My name is Dora McCraney, and I'm testifying in support of United Planning Organization. I was unemployed for over 25 years, in and out of jail, suffered mental and physical sickness, addicted to drugs, and dropped out of school in the 7th grade. I had many rock bottoms, but none of them had me to the point where I thought I couldn't do better someday. I lived a crazy life and I liked it, I thought. However, in the blink of an eye, tragedy hit, and my son was, at the age of 16, was arrested, sentenced to 35 to life. I felt responsible and guilty. My son was now living the life he witnessed me living. On April the 5th of 2010, I decided to change my narrative and seek help to get my life on track. After years of therapy and recovery, I was ready to seek out opportunity to enhance my newfound life. In 2016, I enrolled into UPO's Advocacy Division Volunteer Program through DOE's Project Empowerment. I served as a front desk receptionist trainee. I was offered another chance through employment in 2017 as receptionist for the UPO executive team, where I'm gainfully employed today. I'm attending Blue Stage classes to help me to get my high school diploma. Without UPO, none of this would have been made possible. UPO even helped me to support my son from the letter written to help secure my son's release to his search for stability. My son was released from prison on July 11th of 2018. UPL has been an empowering factor that gave me the tools and confidence to get my life back. My son and I are excellent examples of what can happen when you provide motivated and driven individuals the chance to start again and funding an organization to make it possible. I celebrated 9 years of recovery on April the 5th, 2019. I urge the council to support UPO in every way possible to continuing serving Washington, D.C. residents. UPO believed in me. UPO gave me opportunity, and UPO gave me a second chance at life. Thank you, Dora McCray. And I want to add something else to this. Mr. Jones, Ms. Thomas, y'all just part of the executive team. Mr. Jones, you are the executive team. I am so forever grateful for you giving me the opportunity and the chance at a second chance in life and show that I can do better as long as I keep my mind to it. Thank you so much, Council.
Of course. Thank you, Ms. McCray. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think any more needs to be said, right? We can just gavel out here. That's it.
Yes.
All right. I really appreciate you sharing. I know that it's hard to do that in public, so we thank you. Ms. Jackson Gray, I mean, wow, all of the work that you are doing in our community, I just thank you for that. And, you know, I heard what you said, you know, the resources need to be in Ward 7 and 8.
Yes,
totally hear
it
you.
does. You know,
yeah. Go ahead.
I take care
Make
of,
sure, yeah, there you go. Okay. Go ahead.
I take care of 3 great grand, 2 nephews and 1 niece. I really appreciate the Quinn program because every year I have to recertify for those children to receive their general assistance benefits. And it takes them anywhere between 4 to 6 months to reinstate those kids' benefits. So at the end of the day, the Quinn provides wraparound resources, services, family events where we can have a parents' cafe to come and talk and vent about what we do. I'm also a mother that lost a child through gun violence 10 years ago in the District of Columbia. He was 18 years old when someone was trying to shoot somebody else. So I try to pay it forward by supporting and fighting strong. And I know what works because I've been doing this advocating for 30 years in the District of Columbia. I am a grandmother of 3 children, 2 boys that are disabled. The 2 great nephews are disabled. But at the end of the day, I know that God makes a way and he connects us with the right dots. And I love the grandparents program because that's my son. I call him my son, my great nephew's grandfather right there from Friendship Chamberlain, Zahir Tamsi. And Zahir was a child that suffered with severe ADHD and alcoholic fetal syndrome. So he was all over the place and they couldn't get him to sit still and maintain. It was this gentleman right here that was the adopted grandfather figure in his life to help him be able to maintain in school. So anytime that this is going to affect my livelihood and the others of the District of Columbia, you're going to see my face. I'm going to be here. I have invisible disease, and I suffer where sometimes I can't even get out the bed. But when they call me and say, hey, we need you to testify, some kind of way I get the strength. So I greatly appreciate it. The one thing I love about the District of Columbia, you all take care of your residents. But we need to filter it in a better way. So I'm grateful to say thank you so very much for allowing us to come and testify. And we greatly appreciate what you all do for us. Because had it not been for UPO and the other programs that is out here, we lose ourselves. And sometimes people can't get that second chance in life. So the UPO is the root.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And then I just want to go ahead and thank Ms. Long and Mr. Kemp as well for your testimony. I love the idea of service allowing you to forget your problems for a little while and help others. It's a really beautiful thought. I'm thinking now I need to get out to the Community Impact Day myself, so we'll figure that out. Someone write that down. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. And Mr. Kemp, wishing you so much success getting back to work.
Thank you.
I know you're overcoming a lot right now,
Yes, I
and every day is important. And
It
so
is. It is.
yeah.
My mother's house was lost to foreclosure. In 2015. Well, she passed in 2015, and the last time I worked was in 2013, and it was kind of a good thing that I lost my job, because I ended up staying at her place, taking care of her until she passed. So it was kind of a good thing, because otherwise she would have been put in a nursing home, and
Sure.
things, and I had problems with my back, which was why I didn't go back to work immediately after I lost my job. So like I said, it was kind of a good thing that I ended up there to take care of her, and I just look forward to getting back to work, and
All right.
getting
Well,
back,
we're with you.
yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Our next panel includes Annie Smith, Ronald Jones, and Dewan Toland. We're gonna hold off on calling UPO. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna call UPO with our government witnesses. We have one more seat at the table. Everyone whose name I just called, please come up. And then we'll have one more seat at the table. Is there anyone who didn't sign up to testify that wants to do so? Just come on up. Yep. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, and then we have one more seat. Is there anyone else? All right, come on up. Very good. Very good. Okay, so this will be our last panel of public witnesses. And then when you're ready, just hit that red button. Yep.
All right.
Yep, and then keep an eye on the timer in the middle to let you know when you're done. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good morning. My name is Marion Little, and I am a proud resident of the District of Columbia, 72-year-old senior that lives in one of the best areas in Washington, east of the river. And I have had the pleasure of serving and volunteering in the UPO community, Petey Green Center there. And we know in our nation's capital, which is so diverse and filled with so many of newcomers coming to the area. And the beautiful compliment to that is that that's who we are and what we do. At the Petey Green Center at the east of the river, the dynamics are so effective. Senior meals, serving the homeless. I am also a part of the foster grandparent program with our proud director here, Miss Christmas, who has led us, and I've been a member of that program ever since 2009. That program is so efficient in our center for anyone 55 years or older. The children that benefit from that program are like our babies. They love us, they come to us, they look to us, they are encouraged by us. What a great program that is in the district school system, hospitals, daycares, and social programs. However, the UPO Petey Green Center is somewhat of hope for all of us. Mr. Green also was an activist for not only the underprivileged and neglected,
but his goal was always to help and serve. That center does that. I have participated in fashion shows. I go and get my monthly commodity food program, food from there. I am always seeking what I can do to help others. That particular center under the nemesis of Petey Green is one that is, we call it an oasis in a dry land. And believe it or not, it's there. One of the most present events, yearly events, is the Clothathon that's held on Martin Luther King Day. The homeless from around the city stand out at 6 a.m. in the morning, waiting to get in for blankets and gloves and clothing and eye screening and health screenings. We also serve them food. We are their servers for that day. You should see the proud look on their face as they are like made to feel most important. We love that center. We love the opportunity to serve in that center. And most of all, what would we do without the UPO Petey Green Center east of the river? Nothing. It is our hope. It is our oasis in a dry land.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Little. All right. When you're ready, push the button. Nope, you go next. You're good. You're ready.
My name is Jeffrey Solomon.
The microphone can move a little bit, yeah.
I'm sorry. My name is Jeffrey Solomon. I'm a Washington, D.C. native, born and raised. I'm 29 years old. I've had sort of like a rough upbringing because I grew up in Southeast D.C. It's not the best place when you look at it, but it's the people in the area that sort of make it. I've had a lot of friends that do a lot of things that's not, I'll say, legit. But me being in that area and being around it sort of opened my eyes to what's really going on, that I don't have to do that. The UPO program sort of gave me that option to help me realize I don't have to go out here and stand out on the corner to sell other stuff and do other stuff. I can use my hands to sort of create things. I'm in the facility maintenance program at the moment, but I went in on the electrician program. I actually, beforehand, went to Job Corps and studied electrician work. I didn't follow it right away, but later on down the line, my little brother had went through the UPO program for facility maintenance, and he told me about it. So with him telling me, I was like, all right, let me go ahead and see what it's about or whatever. But and being so in the program, not just I already knew electrician work, but being in the program, I've actually learned how to build steps, do drywall, and other stuff. Learn other stuff along with that one craft. So, basically what I'm trying to say is it's giving me that opportunity to expand my horizons. Instead of just in one thing, I can do multiple things. For example, this room. You can call me and tell me you want me to put lights up, but I step in this room, you got a hole in the wall, floor half done, plus other stuff. But you call me in for a light, but I come in here, I can fix that wall and the floor. And you don't even have to call nobody else. So, but, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You did good.
You did great, and that was 3 minutes, so you're all set. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Dewan Tolan, and I'm a UPO employee. My journey to working with UPO began at DOES Project Empowerment. I'm a job readiness program that offers exercises and courses to measure my priorities and interests in career. I recently had gone to school specializing in social work, as well as having a job at a bank as a loan officer. So I had an idea of where my prior interests might take me. In January of 2019, I was given the opportunity to train and serve with UPO's advocacy division. The program showed me the ropes of what a community action agency actually does and how how impactful it is. Having seen the outreach and inclusiveness of UPO's advocacy programs, I was glad to be a part of the voice and empowerment of the community. In March, I transitioned to UPO's Community Reinvestment Division, providing free tax services to low-income DC residents. Through this program, we provided free tax services to over 700 residents. I also enjoyed this program because it allowed me to really put forth my efforts and see the direct results of those who came to seek help. While this program was set to end, I connected with UPO's job developers to assist with employment. Along with the appraisal of my site supervisor, I was able to secure a permanent position with UPO as a housing counselor. This opportunity reminded me of my previous work in a bank and how I had pursued a career further with Chase as a personal banker. While they were enthusiastic about hiring me, my credit score wasn't high enough for me to qualify for that position. Working a similar career with UPO, I am able to not only work towards my interests, but also educate others on what I wish I had known about credit and taxes before entering the job arena. Having the instruction on essential components of life, such as taxes and housing, can be night and day for someone struggling with poverty, and I've seen firsthand the importance of taking this education seriously. UPO has had a great impact on teaching me how to do things the right way. In each position I've worked since January, I've only learned further how vital the work we do and how important it is to families and residents. In each department I've worked, UPO has pushed me to do what is right and put my best effort forward to do the most good, as my contribution and devotion has a direct impact on those we serve. Because of UPO, I have a fulfilling career, opportunities to make a difference, and a heightened appreciation for those in social work. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau and the community members. My name is Ronald Jones. I'm here to testify on behalf of the UPO for the Community Service Block Grant. I'm currently enrolled in the UPO Building and Maintenance Training. The program is very good. It teaches us how to work with others and having a happy and healthy workplace. I'm 39 years old. I have 2 children, 21 and 17. One is in college and one is set to graduate this school year from high school. I made the decision to move back home from Carolina because my mother she's a diabetic and she has a host of medical situations. So I tried this training when I was younger, but because I couldn't take care of my family, I made the choice to go to work. Now I see the same situation coming again. Although I'm glad to have the opportunity to learn a trade to help me increase my employment options, it's hard to put off job searching while in class during the day from 9 to 3. If a stipend could be offered, it would help people like me to make ends meet until I can get my certifications. All in all, the program is a very good program. It's something that can make our communities and neighborhoods a whole lot better by giving people education and workforce and certain things. And it's just hard to compete when you have no other sources to feed your family.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of your testimony and for illustrating the various ways that UPO has helped and that this grant has helped, and for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you
so much. Okay, so our final panel is going to include Dana Jones, CEO of UPO, Jacqueline Kinlow, Chair of the Board of Directors of UPO, Tunde Aboda, with the State CSBG Administrator with DHS, and Tamitha Davis Rama, the Family Services Administration Administrator with DHS. We'll have all of you sitting together. And we're going to have you stand and raise your right hand and do an oath. Yes. When you're ready, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. All right. Now, how do you want to do this? Does everybody want to read their testimony?
To one.
Okay.
But I'll just introduce myself.
Very good. Perfect. That's fine.
Right.
However you want to do it.
Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Tamitha Davis Ramah. I am the Family Service Administration Administrator at the Department of Human Services. I am here to proudly support the work of the United Planning Organization and the residents who participate in the various programming. Dr. Tunde Iboda will provide the official testimony from the Department of Human Services.
Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, members of the Council, and members of the community who are here with us today. I'm Tunde Iboda, Program Officer with the Community Services Block Grant within DC Department of Human Services. Pleased to be here today and grateful that Tamitha can also join us, and also gratitude to Director Zarlinger for providing us the confidence and opportunity to represent DHS today. We know about CSBG. You talked about it in your opening remarks. The funding for CSBG comes through an application that DHS prepares and is submitted to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. There's a narrative component that describes what we plan to do, and there's an application component that talks about the money part of CSBG request. In FY 2019, we received a total of $11,750,000, of which about 90% of it, approximately $10 million, goes to support the work at UPO. These funding arrangement is statutorily imposed. A minimum of 90% has to go to the Community Action Agency for the District of Columbia. Some of that funds is using to provide training and technical assistance to UPO, conducting community needs assessment, supporting initiatives and programs that help neighborhoods, individuals, and communities reduce poverty, eliminate challenges to residents, and help promote self-sufficiency. State oversight. As the lead DHS is charged with providing monitoring and oversight to UPO and CSBG programs. UPO is required to have a tripartite board that also provides additional oversight to UPO. The district is required to hold a hearing such as the one we're having now, a minimum of once every 3 years, to provide the community with the opportunity to hear about what CSBG is doing in the lives of low-income residents in the district. Service delivery, UPO will share a lot more about what it is doing at the local level. A lot of the dialogue with UPO happens on a regular basis, mostly weekly and monthly and quarterly. We have some guiding principles. There is a maximum feasibility participation, which includes consumer input and involvement. There's a vision and direction, which includes organizational leadership, board governance, and strategic planning. There's an operational and accountability level, which includes human resource management, financial operations, as well as collecting data, analyzing data, and using the data to drive decisions that are made at the local level. I included examples of some of the outcomes. Again, UPO is more at the forefront of collecting the data and would be best able to describe what some of those outcomes are and how particularly the impact of those outcomes is being measured. Review and comments. We prepare annually a CSBG state plan that is available to the community to view. We put it up for public comments for a period of a minimum of 30 days. We take the comments and we use those comments to revise the state plan. The state plan is then submitted to the Federal Office of Community Services for funding. We have had very positive feedbacks from the federal partners. The biggest positive feedback is that CSBG in the district continues to be funded by the Federal Office of Community Services. In closing, DHS will continue to uphold its own responsibilities and make sure that we do not jeopardize the federal funds that come through the CSBG. The agency will continue to work to strengthen the partnership with UPO. The essential programs and services by UPO and their sub-grantees are comprehensive in nature and citywide coverage, reaching low-income individuals, families, and communities, and access to utilize the needed services. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Are we ready? Okay. Councilmember Nadeau and members of the Committee on Human Services, good afternoon. I am Jacqueline Kinlow, and I serve as the chair of the United Planning Organization Board of Directors and the Ward 8 Board Representative. I am pleased to present to you today on behalf of the UPO Board of Directors. UPO became Washington, D.C.'s community action agency in 1964. As a human and community development organization, UPO's mission is to unite people with opportunities. Our staff of nearly 400 helps over 50,000 D.C. residents each year on a $32 million budget, and our impact is felt in education, employment, health, housing, and advocacy. From its inception, UPO has encouraged maximum feasible participation of D.C. residents to anticipate and develop solutions for addressing the causes and conditions of poverty. These community solutions led to the birth of many of Washington, D.C. entities that are still functioning today. Neighborhood Legal Services program was started at UPO and gave free legal advice and representation to low-income D.C. residents on civil matters. The program's attorneys led landmark cases that changed D.C. laws, and to this day, they give access to justice, remove barriers to employment, and protect victims of domestic violence. In 1976, UPO created a subsidiary, UPO Enterprises, to develop businesses expressly designed to train and hire low-income residents. This was a new approach to solving employment needs. UPO developed and operated the Bonanza Sirloin Pit Restaurant and the Howard Inn, formerly known as Harambe House. These became powerful drivers for access to the middle class. In 1979, UPO founded the UPO Community Food and Nutrition Program, which led to the development of a capital area food bank. Today, the food bank helps almost 500,000 people and is the area's largest hunger-focused organization. UPO served as one of the first Head Start demonstration sites in the nation, and 55 years later, it remains a leader in childhood education. Today, UPO is DC's largest early Head Start program provider. Our 15 centers serve 700 children and their families to build a foundation for future educational achievement. In 2018, we focused our children who were below literacy standards and cut that number by 54%. UPO also partners with DCPS to operate early learning centers at Ketchum Elementary in Ward 8, Marie Reed Elementary in Ward 1, C.W. Harris Elementary in Ward 7, as well as centers in 6 high schools. 5 years ago, UPO became a hub for DC's Quality Improvement Network, a multi-year effort to boost outcomes for infants and toddlers. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education chose UPO to oversee 10 child development centers, and last year asked us to take over 7 additional centers. We follow students into elementary school and beyond. The scholars in our Create Robotics Club at Henley Elementary and Ward 8 became the state champions in the DC VEX IQ Robotics League, as referred to before. Our Robonauts team was the only 100% African-American team at the VEX Robotics World Championships out of 400 competitors from 30 countries and all 50 states. Ramona Hutchins, whom you've met earlier, the head robotics coach at Henley, said, "The impact of our robotics program on the students is positive and profound." UPO opens doors for adults as well. Our job training and placement programs give strivers the skills and confidence to transform their motivation into money. In the last 2 years, we placed 1,097 customers in high-demand jobs, and 452 customers earned national certifications. For example, our IT training connects customers to jobs they didn't even know existed, with starting salaries ranging from $35,000 to $60,000 per year. Many gained the first job security they've ever had and a clear career path. During tax season, our IRS-certified community volunteers assist low-income residents by preparing their taxes for free. UPO prepared 739 returns last year, producing $712,000 in refunds reinvested in the community. That made UPO the #1 tax preparer in Ward 8 and #3 in the entire city. UPO's effectiveness has also been recognized nationally. The Community Action Partnership honored UPO with the Award for Excellence in Community Action. UPO became only the 12th agency in 20 years to win this Best in Class award out of 1,000 agencies across the country. I would like to close with the words of Denise Harlow, CEO of the National Community Action Partnership. She said, and I quote, "UPO demonstrates excellence across the organization through solid management and engaged leadership. They set the bar for community action. It takes focus and intention to achieve excellence, and we know the families in the nation's capital truly have a beacon in times of struggle." Thank you.
Chairwoman Nadeau, committee members, officials, and colleagues assembled. I'm Dana Jones, and I have the privilege to serve as the President and CEO of the United Planning Organization. I wish to share some highlights and insight on how our Board of Directors and staff implement the Community Services Block Grant. We look forward to any feedback, questions, or concerns raised during this hearing. UPO prides itself as being a teaching and training organization, and is constantly engaged in the art of continuous improvement. Our journey is one to excellence that causes us to take very seriously public input, to critique and to constantly reassess the effectiveness of our work, and ultimately create standards of accountability that are much higher than those of government funding sources or private supporters. Using advanced data collection systems, UPO records every unit of service provided to its customers. As the district's designated community action agency, we are, by federal standards, the recipient of 90% of the funding from the Community Services Block Grant designated to the district. In addition to that, UPO, in implementing this block grant, sets standards for outcomes for its work as well as its partners' work. As the grantee, our #1 priority is the reduction of poverty. The programs and activities UPO plans and implements are intended to empower persons who reside in the District of Columbia to become more self-sufficient by securing employment opportunities that pay a living wage, acquiring assets such as homes, attaining assistance to find a decent place to call home, taking advantage of opportunities to further their education and their training, and to improve their employment outlook and stability. We do this with the intent that we will enable those who are unemployed or underemployed to gain and retain meaningful employment, to assist those who are undereducated and underskilled to acquire adequate education, to aid individuals and families to cope with rising costs of living in the city, to help individuals and families acquire and maintain stable family income, and to educate customers on how to remove obstacles and solve problems which prevent them from becoming self-sufficient, as well as assisting them and training them how to become their own advocates for themselves and their communities. I think you've heard a lot of that today. We've tried to mirror the work of the district and work in harmony with the city. In doing so, we focused on helping to create a rising middle class. In doing that, we've focused on four primary areas that are consistent with the city. That is family success, early learning, thriving at early years. We have practiced the process of diversity and inclusion, and we've aligned residents with job skills in a growing economy, particularly those in the area of innovation and technology. The success in these areas is apparent as we continue to watch homelessness drop and decline, and we see advances expanding in healthcare. Building on that award-winning year, the Board of Directors created its strategic plan, and I'd like to share with you those 6 areas of that plan. The first is offering pathways to middle class through economic security programming. And I'll talk briefly about our Workforce Institute, our advocacy and community building, our early learning, our youth development, our community reinvestment, and our community health and wellness efforts that comprise that goal. We also look at creating and growing social enterprise opportunities to offer more employment opportunities. We offer for-fee opportunities for regional customers, people who live outside of the district. And we leverage funding with support from the private sector. We employ the Baldrige management practice, which is considered among the elite practices for operating in either the public or private sector. We do that with a great deal of emphasis on the processes of continuous improvement. We start, and all effective planning starts with assessment. And so from a strategic standpoint, our first and major assessment tool is our community needs assessment. It can be considered a community and human development marketing study. And what we do in that assessment is we use not only the demographic data available from the census and from our local planning offices, but we also broaden that work by engaging our community in discussions. In every ward, we hold public forums where we get input on the needs of communities in all 8 wards. In the last cycle, and we do this as Dr. Yeboah referred to every 3 years, in the last cycle we had 800 residents to participate in that process and complete surveys. They tell us what they need in their neighborhoods. Beyond that, we engage partner agencies and other persons who work on the front line in conversations around needs in their communities and what they are learning from their customer bases and what their data is telling them. When we take that data and compile it, and in the last year we brought in a specialized group called Heartfelt with a special team of demographers that could really break down a lot of data by census codes and census tracts. And so we use that data to create our strategic plan. And as listed in the testimony, you have the areas that we have prioritized. I want to talk a little bit about what we do from that point. From that strategic plan, every unit in UPO creates a tactical plan. The tactical plan must include some of the following pieces. One, it must be consistent with a national goal as required by the Community Services Block Grant. It must also include at least one goal area approved by the local board of directors. And it has to, as well, lay out the steps and resources needed and the expected outcomes as a result of that investment. Those tactical plans are monitored on a monthly basis. The results are posted. We use a web-based system for informing our board of directors. So all of their committee work, all of their material is posted on the internet, along with the results from each of these programs monthly. In addition, they have a program oversight committee that meets monthly and gets reports on our program activity. We post it based upon a process of actual to planned. We deal with the results, and we also deal monthly with the process of continuous improvement. If we miss a mark, we want to know why, how, and what we do with that. And that goes universally across the board for everything that we do. And particularly, I'll give you an example. We use the state-of-the-art work with regard to early childhood development. And when I say that, we use ECHRS, we use ITERS, we use CLASS, we use all of the current research and evidence-based models to assess child wellness, the quality of instruction, and what takes place in our early childhood development centers. We report that out on intervals that are greater than months, normally quarterly, sometimes every 6 months, because you can't test children to death. You'll only be running around just testing them. But at the end of the day, we use that data to decide what our strategies should be. But on a daily basis, we send mentors into every classroom. Those mentors evaluate the effectiveness of teaching. We use what we call reflective supervision. We actually record teaching sessions so that when we sit down on a weekly basis with teaching teams, we can give them examples of, well, is there a better way you could have done that? Do you see this child here who has not been engaged? How can you more effectively do that? And so in the midst of this process, it's a process for ongoing learning, ongoing development. And we also bring in the resources and the tools that our teaching teams need to improve their areas. We've shown growth in every major domain area except one. And it is frustrating. And in fact, we are about to reinvest in the area. And that is social and emotional wellness. And our concern about that is that our children are in environments that are toxic, that trauma is an everyday issue, that it is a system that it is not just simply in the house, it is the community as well. You have heard from persons today who have talked about personal trauma in their lives. And let me just simply say, the brokenness that happens in our communities is reflective in the behavior patterns of our children. They don't know how to express what they're experiencing or why they feel indifferent. And so we see it at a very young age. And it is not unique to Washington, and it is not unique to east of the river. We may have the resources to abate it in other communities, but you know, I'm hearing from colleagues in suburban areas who are telling me about children in the 2nd and 3rd grade who are angry and are acting out in different ways. But my point here is simply this. We have to take seriously the long-term impact if we fail to invest in the wellness of children at an early age. We see the cost.
Okay, folks, I just need everyone to keep it down. I've been letting you applaud, but we don't really do that in here. So let's just make sure we can get through Mr. Jones' testimony.
Yeah, thank you. We need to look at means. We have the test results. We have the materials to show us. We are implementing, and I think a parent earlier spoke about our parent cafe processes. We're actually implementing a curriculum, an evidence-based curriculum called ACTS, where we are engaged in the process of working with parents to help them deal with strengthening themselves so that they can, in essence, strengthen their children. And so we are continuing in that process of a data-driven, evidence-based process of addressing our needs, and in every area we can provide any level of data that you need. In workforce development, we're really proud of what was taking place there. Last year, we had over 1,200 people who we had in active caseloads. We stay with people for a year after they're placed in employment because issues come up and they need resources to be able to deal with those challenges. We placed 601 persons in new jobs last year, and we offered training in pre-apprenticeship programs for electrical technicians and plumbing, in electronics installation, including telecom and cabling, emergency medical technicians, CDL drivers, culinary arts, child development associates, professional building maintenance, CompTIA, help desk professionals, and hospitality. Our partners offer additional training as well, and some of our partners you're familiar with. DC Central Kitchen, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Collaborative, Associated Catholic Charities, you heard from today, Metropolitan AFL-CIO Community Services Division, Covenant House, and Thrive are among our partners. Given the nature of our training, we'd like to bring to your attention one of the things that we find challenging. We require a minimal educational level for some of our training courses. And because of that, we offer what is called the CASA test of basic skills. One of our greatest challenges is we find many of our young adults whose grade level achievement is not reflective in their actual skill sets. And subsequently, they are challenged. We refer them to other places, and we offer some training as well, but we offer multiple chances to take the test over again, to pass. Our greatest challenge, though, however, it has been the 300% increase in drug testing fail rate that has taken place since the decriminalization of marijuana in the city. It's impacting primarily African American men under the ages of 21. The fail rate is having an impact because we drug test before we put persons in the program because they're going to be drug tested when they're employed. So our concern, and we've actually had it during the week that the law was actually passed, we had 10 young people and an IT training program. We had a defense contractor come in and offer each of them a starting position at about $40,000 a year. The folks who had passed 6 weeks earlier, passed the drug test, all failed it. And their response was, it's legal now. We need a different community education process to help people understand that the decriminalization did not result in changing in insurance standards, occupational standards, or any employment standards for the District of Columbia or the federal government. We have created a second chance process within UPO. We bring them in. If they fail the drug test, they have to agree to be retested in 6 weeks. We give them 6 weeks the opportunity to clear because that's generally what it takes to clear marijuana. And most of the substance fail rates are for marijuana. And so we give them that opportunity. If they fail the second time, we will let them finish the program, but we will not offer them job placement services. And the reason we do that is because our ability to get the next person a job is dependent upon the quality of the applicant we give the employer. If we give them a person that's going to fail a drug test, then that's going to have an impact on the next person that we refer to them. And so we need to look at what the educational programs can do in that process. We're excited about our community impact zones. You've heard work about what we're doing in Washington Highlands. We're expanding that. That work has been successful. It's been supported by private developers who we've worked with, in particular, Wind Management has been engaged at Atlantic Gardens and Atlantic Terrace. They're about to submit for the redevelopment of southern neighborhood that they have as well. And we are hopefully in that community, we will also include a new child care center as well. We do that currently at Atlantic Gardens. and we have a partnership with Henley that you've heard about as well. The community has been organized. We bring multifacets of the community together, including ANC commissioners and the local police, health officials, other nonprofit organizations, to try to create community goals, commonality among the things that we want to achieve collectively together. As we work in those areas, we use all the resources we have available. In the schools, we bring our foster grandparent programs. We bring our youth initiatives. We bring our early learning processes to make a greater impact. You've heard one of the youth programs that you've heard today that we're proudest of is POWER, providing opportunities with educational readiness. This program is a commitment to a 10-year effort on behalf of UPO with a family. We will meet you in the 6th or 7th grade. Our goal is to stay with you until you graduate from college. What we have found is the following. Data will show that the POWER students in each cohort have exceeded the norm, in some cases significantly. As an example, our first cohort, the average daily attendance for our high school students was 92% for our high school students, okay? Our on-time graduation rate, we only had one person in the cohort who did not graduate on time. He finished in the summer. So we're in the 90 percentiles for that as well. Our issues with regard to incidents with the law, of the 40 kids in the first group, we only had one skirmish with a law enforcement official, and that was straightened out immediately. It shows the power of investing in mentoring, investing in peer group supports, and offering an alternative. These young people not only have mentoring in math and science and others throughout the school year at their middle schools or at their high schools, but they spend the summer at Bowie State University in their science and technology lab. They spend summers taking trips. They're engaged in engineering or STEM contests. They're engaged in competitions that allow them to use their skill sets in multiple ways. We had 459 people in 2018, young people engaged in youth programming, and they range from elementary school to high school. In addition to that, 8,100 students were supported by our foster grandparents, who you've heard from before. The process of nurturing, learning, and growing is significant, and we encourage the continued use of resources to do that. I'd like to speak also about our early learning program and the emphasis on our high school students. One of the ways that we are trying to work and use our resources to combat the issues of poverty in the city is to help young people stay in school to complete their high school diplomas. We've done that by offering early learning centers at 6 of our high schools, at Roosevelt, Dunbar, Luke C. Moore, Woodson, Anacostia, and Ballou. You can bring your child to school, and we will care for your child in our early learning centers. In addition to that, we operate 15 centers on our own. We partner with Educare, Christian Tabernacle, and Spanish Education Development Center to provide services as well for this population. You heard reported earlier, we have 700 children in our centers and another 400 impacted by the hub centers that we provide technical support to. And this is a critical piece that is a part of the mayor's initiative in terms of improving the quality in the network. We work with 17 privately held learning environments for children 0 to 3. We offer technical support, educational support for the families, and in addition to that, we offer or supervise health and safety improvements to their facilities. This has been critical in improving the quality of care for young people in the District of Columbia. Our work has drawn a lot of recognition, and particularly our youth work. We like to say that the 21st Century Grant has been a positive, had a positive impact upon our youth work, but we've had support from Comcast, from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and from the United Way, along with several other individuals who have supported us in offering the opportunities. You've heard about the Beaver Scholarship. That's a part of our youth initiative as well. We, through the graces of giving in this city, we're able, through our Martin Luther King breakfast, to be able to give 5 students $10,000 apiece to attend college. You've heard the impact of that on the lives of others. When we look at our efforts along with our tax program, we continue to see the need to bring more resources into our community and the impact of our volunteer corps. We could not do our work without our volunteer corps. Universally across UPO, we have over 1,000 persons who volunteer and assist in providing opportunities for their neighbors. When we look at areas to keep persons in their houses, our Community Reinvestment Office, through its counseling, through the use of ERAP, through the use of other strategies, has served over 2,800 people in the last year. We operate the Comprehensive Treatment Center. It was launched with CSBG funding, and it still supplements that activity. Daily, over 300 persons who fight opioid addiction receive methadone in that facility. It is a critical piece of our health and wellness strategy. A very popular thing in this city is Shelter Hotline. We operate the Shelter Hotline. Last year, 5,300 persons experiencing homelessness were engaged in service delivery. We had over 50,000 trips made throughout the city, responding to 193,000 individual calls. That population is safer today because of the work of the Shelter Hotline. We are a third-party contractor for the Electronic Benefit Program. We're the folks you go to get your card. Last year, we saw 32,000 district residents in the EBT program. Those persons received 56,000 units of service from us. We're excited that we have joined in a partnership to increase the supply of affordable housing in the district. Our property, in partnership with TM Associates, the first property is located at 1550 First Street Southwest. It will be among the most affordable units built in the city and along the largest units for bedrooms built in the city in quite some time. 76 units are going to be made available, all below 50% of median income. 20% of those will be below 30% of median income, and they will include 16 units that are either 3 or 4 bedrooms for large families experiencing homelessness. UPO has recently become a permanent supportive housing provider, and we will continue to offer those opportunities to persons to be able to retain themselves in housing. I'd like to wrap this up by simply saying that we recognize that the district in many communities is stressed. I am disappointed to report to you that an increased amount of the block grant is being used for public safety. Our employees are facing unsafe communities where we have not been able to collectively as a public maintain order at the level that we need to. We've had at least one person to die of a drug overdose in one of our facilities this year. We've had multiple physical altercations in our facilities. We even had a stabbing in a child care center. As we go through this process, the evidence of violence in our neighborhoods is ever present. Just last week, we had one of our child care centers on lockdown because of violence outside of the door of the school. The stress of poverty and hopelessness is expensive. And it is time for us to talk about a collective, community-based effort. This constant one shot at crisis intervention stuff does not work. We need a systemic response to a systemic problem. And we need to be understanding that we're paying for it in multiple ways. Children who are not achieving what they need to achieve in school, expensive public education, which is not receiving the outcomes of the investment, police overtime, crisis in neighborhoods over and over and over. It is time to talk about a collaborative approach to community building and to recognize that children do well when their families do well. Their families do well when they live in safe environments that are protective of the quality of family life. UPO is willing to work with collaborative partners to work on creating some solutions to these problems. We are interested in greater collaboration among city agencies. We keep acting like Richard Nixon is president. Richard Nixon created the categorical funding processes of the federal government. He broke up the unified poverty approach and created all these little multiple agencies. And so when you create multiple streams, there's no unified purpose, no unified part of saying, I'm in the battle to stop poverty, I'm in the battle to improve communities. And for some reason, we haven't been able to grapple with the fact that we need a unified approach to how we spend money. This effort needs to be pulled together, and collaboration doesn't need to be a buzzword, it needs to be the practice of art for what every entity does. Every unit of government is responsible for reducing poverty. And we need to be working in partnerships. We need to stop having, as an example, new principals come to high schools and tell us that because the parent got put out of school today, the child can't come to the child care center. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And yet we continue to function with that type of individual approach to priorities as opposed to looking at a collective approach. We need to expand our infant and toddler footprint. We are in dire needs for true affordable housing. And I would encourage you to explore with us and visit with us and talk to us about the work we want to do in community impact zones. Because I think this whole process of collective engagement is what we need to address our issues. We thank you for your time. We thank you for the energy you have given this hearing, and for listening to so many of our partners and our customers. And we look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, panel. Mr. Jones, let's just jump right in. Have you been engaged by the government at all in the Families First DC initiative that is just kicking off?
No.
Okay, so that worries me, because the idea behind that program is a lot like what you do with your community needs assessment, where we go in and talk to community members about what's missing and what's needed. So I want to make sure that we get you plugged in with that. That's being led by CFSA, but
Okay.
like you said, it shouldn't really matter, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that I'm a little worried about that. I mean, and how much does UPO interact with or overlap with or collaborate with the collaboratives?
A great deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been an interesting relationship. Edgewood Brooklyn probably is the leader in that area. We have also the collaborative that's in the Shaw neighborhood. For years, we've worked with and actually funded that collaborative. We in Southwest, when there was a near southeast collaborative. We partnered with them as well, and we've done the same thing in the southeast side. So we've been engaged, and east of the river and others, yes.
So it's interesting because, again, I mean, this is really just thinking through government silos, right? So we're talking today about the Community Services Block Grant. We've had a lot of conversation in this committee this year about the Title IV-E grant funds, our waiver, the new federal funds, which are the family, that's also called Family First Prevention Act. And I was with my colleagues a couple weeks ago across the country talking about probably some of the same things that you said you were talking to your colleagues about, which is it's not just here, right? And it's not just cities, and the youth disconnection rate actually is higher in rural areas.
Absolutely.
Because they don't have all these
as
hubs, right?
As is the opioid crisis.
Right.
And I've watched to some degree with a little bit of amazement with the questions around our opioid crisis in the city, and forgive me for just a second, but for years when we were dealing with methadone, people were referring to the population in very negative terms. Now that the rural America has experienced an opioid crisis, now we have a healthcare crisis.
Sure.
For years, we've been trying to convince people that urban settings had healthcare crisis, not just worthless people who were drug addicts. And so, it's amazing how we've turned the media attention in a different direction when new populations encounter problems.
Sure is. And I think, just to tie into what you were saying about your recent investments in public safety. So this government is trying now to address public safety as a public health crisis, right? Your UPO is so critical in the early childhood space, especially. And of course, I don't have to tell you about the adverse childhood experiences issues that we face. And now, of course, we've got everybody in that space talking about the paravases, which is not just the adverse childhood experiences, but also the community environment that the children are in, right?
Exactly, because a lot of what we're experiencing and we're referring to now in spaces as executive function and our ability to deal with self-control and mental wellness is environmental. It is not environmental. These children are no different than the children in Montgomery and Howard County. They're no different than children in Ward 3 who are living in more affluent environments. The difference is what the environment is forcing upon them, and we need to deal with the environment.
Yeah. Well, I haven't gotten to a single one of my questions yet, but I'm really enjoying this conversation. And I'm probably not going to go through all of them because I really, I think your testimony, honestly, was just so illustrative of the need for this grant that I don't want to bog you down with a ton of technical questions. But I heard what you said about the drug testing failure rate. It's something we're grappling with here in the government. We actually just passed some legislation to help with that, or at least for government employees, right? If you've got your medical card, which is not the same as necessarily as what you're talking about, but we're getting there, right? We're getting there, and we need somebody in the federal government to help us a little bit. It's not going to be this president, probably, and it's a toss-up, Nixon and anyway. In any case, we don't have to go there today. But I hear what you're saying, and I do think our government is trying to grapple with that in a way that makes sense. Because of course we wanted to end the pipeline to prison, but we have not connected the dots in terms of the pipeline to employment. So we have to solve for that. And so I think I heard a great deal about the employment programs today from the public witnesses. And so I don't think I need to get too far into that with you today. I wanted to ask you, you're stepping into the permanent supportive housing space. This committee has been very focused on funding PSH because it is the gold standard intervention for people experiencing chronic homelessness. So we're glad that you're stepping into this space, and we hope that you're willing to step up even more because now we've got lots more units coming into the FY20 budget.
Yes.
So please keep us posted on how that's working for you. I know we're in the middle of a rate study. We're trying to make sure that we get it right. And, you know, with the experience UPO has doing so much else, I'm sure it will be helpful to us to have
Yes.
you as a partner in this area. So I'm of course very familiar with your homeless outreach with the street team, with the vans and the hotline. Can you remind me, is the team also doing street outreach?
It is.
Okay.
We're doing street outreach. Each van is equipped with an outreach worker and a driver. And the critical aspect of that is that because of the development of relationships, we're able to go into encampments in areas where people won't come in. And when we find people in crises, help them move along the way. In addition to that, we work in partnership with the behavioral health department in terms of its mental health outreach team.
Yep.
So when we find someone who is beyond the rational processes that represent what we see as a danger to themselves and the elements upon them, we can bring in a professional also as well.
That's
and
great.
that's helpful.
So there's going to be a change in the way that we fund these programs in FY20. You may have been following because the federal funding for that DBH used for homeless outreach got zeroed out.
Right.
So what we did in committee here was create a new program under the Department of Human Services and funded it at what, almost 3.5 million, something like that. Gosh, you know, we get through the budget and then I just have to make room in my brain for something else, right? We spend so much time on it. So there will be additional funds out there for our community partners. You know, we're hopeful that everybody will get out there and compete for that because we need our great partners to be out there and providing those services and continuing the programs.
Yeah, and we use some community services block grant funding.
You do.
In the last 3 months to help some of those partners make it to the end of the fiscal year.
Very good.
And through our partners at the state office, Dr. Yaboda, in particular, and so we've been working with the entities to get them through the end of the fiscal year, but we certainly look forward to working with them in the future because they provide such a vital link to this population. I think our ability to see a decline and decrease in homelessness is directly tied to the increased investment in realizing that in the behavioral sciences, we need some intervention so that we can, if we're blessed to be able to produce the product that they can live in, that they can stay in it, because that's the issue, the sustainability issue.
That's great. Thank you for that. Now, with the passage of the birth to 3 legislation, where we're hoping we're going to get landmark. I know this is another thing that all my colleagues across the country always want to talk about, right? That and our universal pre-K 3 and 4. So, what do you see your role as we expand? Obviously, you've got the Quins, you've got the centers, but how are we going to get where we need to go? And what do you see your role as we expand?
I actually see an increased opportunities in 2 major areas. I think the Quinn can expand more. And I say that because I firmly believe that when we have private providers offering an opportunity, what we need to be making sure is that they're resourced appropriately and trained appropriately, that what the young people are getting is quality. And that's important. In my testimony, I spoke to how we use CSBG to panel a group of experts in early learning to say, okay, what does quality really look like? What does it mean? What's happening in the academies? What are we learning? What is the evidence showing us? And so we modeled our work based upon that. And we got out of the 4- and 5-year-old business and went exclusively into the 0 to 3 business because in our community needs assessment, we saw that the pre-K program was outpacing its projections. So we said we won't duplicate in that space. We will focus on what high quality looks like at 0 to 3. So expanding the Quins and helping private providers is key. The other source is this. We have a number of our elementary schools in impacted communities that we need to put 0 to 3 in. We need to create natural transition spots where families can be engaged and get the supportive services early on that keep them moving through the system. Now, where this has been effective for us, and interestingly, has been at C.W. Harris in Ward 7. And the reason we had a principal at the time who thought it was a great thing, and she wanted to have an environment where young people could come in and their families could be served from birth. We ended up with mainly people coming out of the shelter as our population. Interestingly, those students in the entrance exam outpaced their peers in entering into kindergarten. The point I make here is simply this. We have existing buildings in impacted neighborhoods. We need to open our minds and our thoughts about how we serve communities differently. And if we could do that more, we just started a partnership with Eagle Academy that we're actually, with the help of Bainham, going to track the results from birth to 5th grade because we believe in using the data to inform the practice. And we have an opportunity now to make the case that we've been trying to make all along. And that is the investment really shows itself when we start dealing with our national peers at the 3rd and 5th grade level. And so we'll have an opportunity to make those comparative analyses.
That's great. And I had legislation a couple years ago that would have created a pay for success model with home visiting,
exactly.
which didn't go anywhere, but we got more home visiting into the 0 to 3 bill. So I'm okay for now, but I still think, Bainham's been a great partner in the region, so I'm thrilled. But I do think that governments can also benefit from those types of partnerships and see, the return on investment in early childhood is so clear. It's proven. Clear.
So. And I think that as we continue to look for ways to deal with this, we were partners who brought Educare DC to Washington. And the reason that we invested in their arrival and still invest in them is because we have a source of best practices that we can borrow from across the nation. But in addition to that, the ongoing learning environment that they are nurturing is critical. What we've been able to do, quite honestly, I think, is in Washington, is to take it a step higher, because we've had a government that is supportive of the 0 to 3 business, and certainly is a national leader in the pre-K movement. And so I think that for all of what they bought, Washington is a step higher at this point. And so we've learned from them, but we've also exceeded by being able to employ these resources in a different way.
Great. Very good. And that includes some home visiting services, yes?
Oh, yes. We have roughly about 150 families in home visiting.
Great.
But I don't want to understate the challenges of my teen parents. They face multiple talents, multi-generational challenges, and we are working with Healthy Babies. We are working with those 6 high schools that we talked about. But we need additional support for those families.
All right. And any observations on where the early childhood services are most needed?
Yes. Increasingly, and I've learned this from the parents, in our home-based effort, which has historically been very strong in the Latino community, as parental skills increase, families need to be able to transition from home-based to center-based options. And so we need to really start looking in the 1 to 4 corridor at how we can expand opportunities, particularly when families are transitioning, English skills are improving, they can enter the workforce. I think we need to look there as well.
You said the 1 to 4 corridor?
Yeah.
Meaning wards?
1 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. And because I see them blending together, because I guess I scoot through the streets too quickly.
No, it makes sense. There are definitely demographic similarities between the two.
Yeah, and so that becomes increasingly an issue for us. I also see the need to really rethink And I'm glad to see that we're redeveloping public housing, but we really need to really think about what services go into public housing, not just new buildings. But I really think that early learning needs to be in public housing settings. Now, let me just say that my staff will probably chase me because that's where I have most of my violence to deal with. But there's a reality until we change those environments and until we resource them appropriately. There's still the appropriate places for us to be.
Well, we have a hearing tomorrow if you want to come back and testify on the On-Site Services Act, so.
Yeah, because we really need to be looking at those types of environments. And Ward 7 has a couple in particular that I am really concerned about. Richardson Dwellings and Benning Terrace. We really want to increase our footprint in 7.
Yeah.
So much so that I'm worrying my board to death about that, because 7 historically has been underserved in early learning.
Yeah.
We've heard a lot about 8. Yes, 8 deserves everything that it gets and more. But 7, historically, if you've looked at the numbers, particularly for pre-K investment early on in the early years, it was the lowest concentration rate of pre-K investment in the city. And so it has had this historical point of being underserved in early learning, and it needs to be expanded. That footprint needs to be expanded. When you start looking particularly from what I would consider the Central Avenue, or where East Capitol comes across, north and actually south, to pick up both areas of how it expands.
That's helpful. And then, sorry, back to home visiting for 1 second.
Sure.
How's the retention?
Actually, it's pretty good.
Okay.
But what makes home-based work, and as a matter of fact, they've changed my life on Thursdays, because I have a conference room behind my office. It becomes the gathering spot on Thursdays. The babies come in on Thursdays.
Wow.
Because the families come together for the group session.
Sure.
And so Thursdays aren't as boring as they used to be anymore. And
I feel like I should come visit on a Thursday.
Yeah, you should come on a
Okay.
Thursday,
All right.
because the babies are there,
All
and,
right.
and life is a lot more exciting and a lot more pleasant for me. So the key element to that is the group setting, to bring them together as peers, because the one advantage that research keeps telling us is about the connections and the community connections, and how the context draws in a different support system.
Right.
You know, when you have an opportunity, it's one thing to be in your house with your child and dealing with it, but when you realize that there are other mothers dealing with the same kinds of issues, other families who have the same goals, same desires, we find that being able to bring them together and to share in their commonalities creates a different kind of bond and a different retention strategy.
Great. Okay, then we have a little bit of housekeeping.
Okay.
Let's see, the innovative programs and activities of the state plan on page 14, if you have it with you, require 2 competitive grants totaling $500,000 or $250,000 each. Is this administered by UPO or DHS?
It's administered by UPO.
Okay. Okay. Would someone be able to tell me more about where those grants go and what they do?
I'm looking for the state.
Okay. Oh.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, while we're doing that, I believe these would be
I've got my
questions.
copy.
Oh, you've got your copy. Okay, so it's page 14.
Page 14?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I know it was a tough transition from conversation to
Right, we try to make this exciting too. So,
Oh,
You got it? Oh, you got it? Okay.
yeah, those will be, Dana, those will be the discretionary funded projects
Mhm.
for 2019. I
Okay.
think we had
Mr.
about,
Jones?
about 3 or 4 programs that DHS funded and UPO helped operate.
Great. So we'll have Mr. Jones jump in if you.
Sure, sure. Using the pass-through model, because UPO is the eligible entity for contracting purposes, what we've been able to do is to engage other entities in special programs and innovations. So in some cases, they've involved the mental health providers as we've referred to, who are dealing with the homeless populations. In addition to that, we've had some individuals who have needed to expand their activities and employment for homeless populations. And most of those, we've done so far 11 in total, Dr. Ebola. We did 7 last year, and we currently have 4 involved in the process. But they've involved basically expanding upon the network of services already offered to homeless populations.
Okay.
With particular emphasis on the permanent supportive housing providers, the outreach providers, and those entities that have been offering wraparound services during the day. So as an example, last year, we ran into some individuals who were running into crisis with the feeding programs. We supplemented those. We ran into some issues with folks who were doing daycare, when I said day programming for the population. So DHS provided opportunities, and we consider those innovative because when we look at wraparound approaches as opposed to single source approaches that basically provide growth opportunities for persons experiencing homelessness to move and make that transition, they become critical to the long-term process. We're having some conversations now, even with the bid downtown, that's working on a day center as well. And so their processes are different. The innovations about different approaches to dealing with this issue of homelessness beyond sheltering.
Right. Very good. Thank you. Okay, now I believe the remaining questions I have are for DHS, but I'm sure UPO can jump in as needed. So, of the $11,750,028 in the CSBG, 90% goes to UPO. What happens with the other 10%? How is that used?
The administrative cap is about $575,000. That funds 5 FTEs, and the OCFO retains a portion of it for fiscal administration of the program, audits and budget and that kind of stuff. There's a portion that will contribute to facilities and vehicle maintenance. That about uses up the 5%. Now, the balance of the grant, which also approximates about, it's exactly another 5%, goes to support technical assistance for the 90%, which is what goes to UPO. We also invest in technological upgrades at the Community Action Agency. It goes through an approval process. They submit a proposal. We set up a group that helps look at it, and we decide what we can fund upfront and what we can defer for multiple out-year commitments. And we wait for funding for the next year to see what part of that can also go to support technical assistance at the Community Action Agency.
Thank you very much. Do these funds roll over, or you tend to use them?
The goal is to use the funds up year by year, but we do have the option, particularly at the Community Action Agency, to have a one-year carryover. So whatever is not spent in 1 year has the authority to be expended in the second year of the grant.
Um, Okay. The program, as both of you mentioned, actually requires a tripartite party elected board. How does this process work?
Okay.
And how long does the board serve?
All right. We have.
No, go ahead.
You're
Go ahead.
okay.
You got it.
Okay. We have. You can serve 2 3-year terms. Terms of 3 years, and this is how the process works. The mayor and the councilwoman are responsible for
Congresswoman?
Congresswoman, excuse me, have 1/3 of the appointments. The Congresswoman has 1 appointment, the mayor has the others. And they serve a 3-year term as well. In addition to that, we have community elections every 3 years, and they are held in census tracts with the highest concentration of poverty, and that's intentional. Now, you don't have to be in poverty to represent, but you must represent that community, and you must live there. So that's 1/3 of the population. The other third of the population is board elected or selected from major groups and interests. The beauty of this process is that we're able to identify multiple talent sources that we need. So as an example, we have curriculum developers for early childhood, PhDs, on our board of directors. We have 5 attorneys. We have 2 CPAs. We have an accountant who specializes in nonprofit government IRS compliance. So we get skill sets from multiple areas coming to the table. The mayor's office of appointments, this mayor's office of appointments has been exceptional. We had great appointments from other mayors as well, but they bring us in and they say, for all practical purposes, tell me what job description you need for this job, for this position, and tell me about the characteristics you need. And we've been able to assemble an array of talent based upon the willingness to work to bring the right people to the table.
And are there any vacancies right now?
There's one, and the mayor's office is working on identifying someone with youth development skills to serve.
Great. How long has that been vacant?
About a month.
Okay.
Yeah, about a month. And actually, regrettably, we've met, and the individual that had indicated an interest had a conflict and could not. So there is active effort, and that's one thing I say about Mr. Walker's office. They move.
Very good. Now, Mr. Jones, you're retiring. Yeah?
Yes, yes, yes.
We will all try not to take your enthusiasm personally. It strikes me that you are an organization very well suited for transition, given the detail and attention that you pay to your processes.
Yes.
So I am much less concerned about that now than I was 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Okay. But what is your plan for the organization? And then we can talk about your life plan.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
for the organization, the board of directors plans to announce by the end of this month its selection of a new leader for the organization. And that person will have a transitional period to spend with me. And in addition to that, I have assured the board of directors that I will be available to assist for a period as the transition occurs. There's certain areas of the organization that we are venturing into that I will still be engaged with, particularly in the areas of development and capital improvements. And so we are positioned because we have built systems, and they have not been dependent upon individuals. They've been dependent upon team approaches. And so we have a very capable team. I have been there now for 15 years. We've had, I was brought in to reorganize, and to improve the organization. And I'm pleased to say that for the past 13 years, we've had not one question calls. We've had absolutely clean audits with great reviews. And so we continue with a team that's going to continue that going forward. I've been intentional of making sure that we brought in the next generation of leaders. And one of the reasons that I am departing at such a young age is because, quite honestly, I think it's an opportunity for young people to step up and younger people to step up and to do other things. And for folks like me to go bother other people.
There you go. Very good. But that's all I have for questions. Does anyone on the panel want to add anything else?
If you're happy, we're happy.
That's a good attitude. Okay, well, got a little closing here. So this concludes today's public hearing. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by close of business on July 12th. The time is now 1:26 p.m. and we are adjourned.